Okay, thank you. Come inside. Whiskey. Come inside for a sec. Come. Come here. What the fuck? Stay inside. Okay. Stay. What? Stay inside for a sec. Hello. I don't know the answer to that. Whiskey. Mother. Come inside. Come inside. Okay. Nothing. No. We're good. Honest. The viewers go down whenever I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put a shirt on in the other room. This is what I got. Oop. My mic's still good? Yes? Alright. Where the fuck is yeah. I'll put it on my phone. Stupid. Wait. Okay. Oh, it's Sunday. Okay.
Some of the most brilliant minds in business. No, not you. I've done a number of videos on the decline. Mass migration, unaffordable housing, rising debt, a bloated bureaucracy, and an identity crisis that almost no one feels brave enough to talk about. And almost every time on YouTube or platforms like X, I get asked the same question. What's the end goal here? Well, as strange as it sounds, someone may have quietly answered that nearly 10 years ago in a little-known interview with Canada's former Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. Most people missed it. The institutional media certainly isn't in a hurry to repeat what he said, but his words might explain everything, including what the future is starting to look like. Let's rewind the clock back. It's December 2015. Justin Trudeau has just been elected Prime Minister of Canada. The media can't get enough of him. Young, polished, diverse cabinet. He sits down for a feature interview with the New York Times magazine. And in that interview, he says something most people completely missed. There is no core identity, no mainstream in Canada. We are the first post-national state. It's not a phrase you hear often. In fact, this video might be the first time you've come across it too. In plain terms, it means a country without a unified culture, without a dominant history or identity. It's a place held together not by shared roots, but by abstract values in an administrative system. In other words, it's the answer to how you answer the question of what does Canadian mean, or Australian, or British. If your answer is those terms don't really mean anything other than a physical geographical location, congratulations. That is how a post-national state works. Despite how bold this statement was from Trudeau, almost nobody paid attention. There were no headlines. The press let it pass quietly, as they were quite the cheerleaders for this newly elected young Canadian Prime Minister. And yet, looking back nearly a decade later, it may have been the clearest signal of where things were headed. So, let's pause here and clarify exactly what post-national. It's a serious ideological shift that's quietly reshaping Western democracies. You can probably see it playing out in real time if you live in one of these countries. Put simply, post-nationalism is the idea that the nation state, so the whole concept of a country with its own culture, history, language, and borders, isn't that important anymore. Instead, people are encouraged to see themselves as part of something bigger, not Canadians, Brits, or Australians, but global citizens. In a post-national world, it's all about belonging to a set of values that supposedly apply to everyone, everywhere. Now, you might ask, who actually benefits from this? The answer isn't too surprising. Post-nationalism strongly favours global elites, corporate executives, international bureaucrats, and technocrats. Multinational corporations prefer open borders because it simplifies access to labour and markets and reduces the friction caused by national regulations and sovereignty. There's a real, tangible benefit of wage suppression by importing millions of workers from all over the globe, especially if workers' rights and even unions aren't a thing they're too familiar with. Meanwhile, transnational bodies such as the EU, UN, and even the World Economic Forum gain influence as power moves from democratic, accountable nation states to unelected global institutions. This effectively creates a power shift, a top-down transfer of governance away from democratic, voter-driven decision-making to distant bureaucracies. Communities who depend on local industries and national solidarity and benefits are cosmopolitan, transnational professional class whose careers, lives, and values span multiple nations rather than being rooted in one. Now, in this video, I'm not going to go over the nitty-gritty of the massive challenges Australia, Canada, and the UK are facing with their economies, mass migration, and cultural collapse. You can check out those in this video I made about managed decline, watched by 500,000 of you. In this video, my aim is to take you through the post-nationalist endgame and how we're already on that path. Now that we have established what post-nationalism actually means and who benefits from it, let's talk about what the world might look like if these policies become fully realised. First, the end goal of post-nationalism is to place global institutions and universal frameworks above national identities, borders, and cultures. The idea is that nations become secondary, reduced essentially to administrative regions in a wider global system. One clear example is mass migration becoming not just a temporary measure, but a permanent.
What the fuck is that?
Instead of immigration being carefully regulated and based on cultural integration or economic necessity,
What am I on?
borders would essentially become administrative.
Cyberpunk Dingo is called.
Citizen first, a citizen of their country second, if at all. Ask yourself, what really is being done to integrate significant new waves of migrants in these countries? Probably nothing. Despite not learning the language, the cultural customs, the history, or even political systems and the freedoms these countries offer, apparently they're just as Canadian or Australian as everybody else. These now become arbitrary terms and universal, meaningless values. And who defines them? Typically, the answer is globalist politicians and unelected international institutions like the UN, the EU, or the World Economic Forum. Policies around climate change, global trade, internet regulation, public health, and even migration quotas would increasingly be set internationally rather than democratically by each nation's voters. Already today, these institutions operate largely beyond public accountability. So imagine how much less responsive they would become if national sovereignty were reduced even further. Within such a system, populations wouldn't really be citizens in the traditional sense, but interchangeable economic units. It's amazing to see my growth come to life. I don't think animation allows me to create anything possible. I can tell my story my way. My colleague.
Come, let's get
Units, each individual primarily seen as a worker, a consumer, or a voter to be managed. That's partly why mass immigration, especially from places with high unemployment but willing workers, suits global elites so well. It creates a flexible workforce and keeps wages suppressed, while at the same time continually reshaping the voter base and making it easier to implement their desired policies. This has now naturally brought about serious loyalty issues too. For example, in the UK, a poll found that 71% of British Muslims consider themselves Muslim first, British second. That's nearly 3/4 of an entire demographic openly say national loyalty comes second. Canada has seen significant public displays of diaspora nationalism too. Whether it's Sikh activists waving Khalistan flags openly in major cities, or huge pro-Hamas demonstrations right after the October 7th attacks, where people celebrated the murder of civilians. The same thing happened in Australia, where Australians celebrated this attack, and their chants at the Sydney Opera House made global headlines. Australia no longer reflects the successful multicultural experiment it ran a few decades ago. What it means to be Canadian or Australian or British are being heavily diluted. National economic convenience identities. Naturally, institutional trust has plummeted. Recent polling in Canada shows nearly 70% of Canadians no longer trust major public institutions to actually solve problems. Similar numbers show up in Australia and the UK, where ordinary people increasingly feel like their governments are pursuing someone else's agenda rather than acting in their citizens' best interest. Now, while these institutions may not act in your best interest, panels like mine, run by real people actually living in these countries most impacted, stand as one of the few
Don't drink that.
against these powers. But these topics often get met with severe restriction, shadow banning, and or high-risk environments, especially on platforms like
Let's go.
this one.
Outside. Outside.
Make sure to like
Before I fucking destroy you.
the channel and consider supporting me
Get.
on Patreon, because in a time where saying the obvious can get you deplatformed,
Hey, whoa, easy.
your support genuinely keeps this channel going.
Yes, I know. You love the garbage. Very good. Nice garbage. Thank you. Oh, a little tiny fly. Oh, my thermosol. Yeah.
Metrics like disposable income and GDP per capita, the government continues to sell off natural
Oh, I can grab you if you decide you want to be an a-hole. Let it go.
Benefits are ironically foreign multinational corporations and governments.
You gonna be
Australian
difficult?
coal and gas provide cheap energy overseas, while
No.
its own citizens are told to
Nope.
People driving these
Nah,
levelly
You wanna go inside?
measures to make resistance
stop.
very hard. Well, the population is heavily indebted.
Hey,
Individuals
stop
have less political and take Canada for instance.
fucking right.
Under Trudeau,
Good.
federal debt doubled to 1.2 trillion by 2024, and Canadians' personal debt-to-income ratio is now among the highest in the world at 185%. Australia's situation is similar, with household debt at nearly
Good job.
119% of
Okay.
GDP. Economically,
Go get that
insecure people
thermosol.
are easier to manage politically. They're less likely to challenge the status quo because they're busy just surviving. This is pretty much a form of modern-day economic serfdom. Another crucial control mechanism is speech restriction. In Canada, Australia, and the UK, we've already seen laws increasingly decriminalising certain types of speech deemed hateful or harmful. These measures often sound reasonable on paper, but their real-world impact is to create an atmosphere of caution and self-censorship. For example, there are laws which effectively are blasphemy laws by disguise passed in these countries, which especially punishes
dandelions,
people
you fucking
for even
weirdo?
critiquing religions like Islam. Remember, Australia even has its own Ministry of Truth in the form of an e-safety commission that has previously sought to censor specific news from the entire internet. Put all this together, and the vision that emerges is a society altogether less like genuine community bonds or shared national stories. Exactly how the perfect post-national state would look like. This naturally raises a question: why Canada, Australia, and the UK? Why are these three?
Yeah. Alrighty. This thing's fucking awesome. If it fucking does anything for Chattagini mosquitoes, I am fucking sold. Let's leave it in a. Yeah. Near the dog.
Western nations so eager to embrace this post-national experiment. First, there's the issue of historical guilt. Canada, Australia, and the UK all share a common colonial history, and because of that, they've developed a cultural self-consciousness, a sense that their national identities are inherently suspect or morally flawed. Unlike countries such as France or China, where pride in national history is still openly celebrated, elites in these nations tend to view their own cultures with suspicion. This has created a psychological openness to radical change. If your country's history feels problematic, you're less likely to defend it. I'm not sure if I'm nitpicking here, But perhaps the most egregious example of this perhaps is the cultural enforcement of land acknowledgements everywhere. One recent crazy example of this was in Canada, where the media officer for the police spent a minute doing a land acknowledgement in both English and French before, wait for it, giving an update on missing children.
First, I acknowledge that we are in Mi'kmaq, the traditional and unceded ancestral territory of the Mi'kmaq people.
In Australia,
The traditional and unceded ancestral territories of the Mi'kmaq people.
You came up with this stupid fucking day. You had to go to Costa Rica for your 12th vacation that fucking year.
that officially execute whatever the consensus from the past dictates, whether it's diversity mandates in Canada, large lockdowns in Australia, or strict hate speech regulation in the UK. These democracies practice with have much public pushback. It's a rather well-known fact that the should be alright attitude, for example, in Australia, result in the terrible government being consistently elected and perhaps most crucially, none of these countries have brought fast
Because you cannot be trusted, come here.
against government overreach.
I'm gonna eat all the grass
Have any written
before I
protection
cut
for
it.
free speech. Canada's Charter of Rights allows easy overrides through hate speech laws
The
or
dirt?
notwithstanding clause, and Australia lacks a federal Bill of Rights entirely.
Of
That's
course,
all
because it's
constitutional
all
barriers.
criminals.
There's almost
That's where we
nothing
sent them.
stopping these governments from quickly and
Because our
aggressively
fucking
implementing
prisons were so
post-national
overpopulated. It was like, okay, we'll put them in Australia, but no guns.
And once you added all the other factors I mentioned before this one, and these countries are steered towards the post-national state status, there really isn't much that can be done. The entire legal landscape in this scenario is stacked heavily
I know,
against
you fucking hate it, but
I know it all sounds rather
you're an
bleak,
asshole,
but
so.
I do want to end the video on a more big note.
Oh,
That
is
is
there one?
decline and ultimately the post-national state
Mm.
isn't inevitable. It's hard to find
Right.
it, sure, but it absolutely can be prevented and even reversed. And the good news is there are
There's a lot of
people
look at
and
here.
movements already pushing back. Building national identity doesn't have to mean returning to old divisions. Instead, it's about finding common shared values, freedom of speech, and democratic accountability rather than race or religion. And that can be done first and foremost by universally rejecting ideas like cultural relativism and protecting their values like equal and emotional blackmail. We can already see this starting to happen with parties like Red Bull getting momentum precisely because they question the sovereignty and demand that national governments serve their citizens first. There's a huge demand for this, and it's even forcing the Labor government to adapt anti-immigration policies, a surefire sign of the aversion window slowly
Yeah.
shifting. Above all, the key is to reject this fear and realize that all this is somehow
Hang on.
inevitable. Because nations are not just economic zones or administrative
I'll kill you.
regions. They are communities, living histories, shared dreams, and common futures. It's not too late to rebuild. Realizing that the choice still belongs to you. Hey, you made it to the end. As always, don't forget to subscribe, turn on notifications, and give it a thumbs up. It really helps. A massive thank you to all my channel members and
Thank you.
Patreon supporters. Your You are the reason I can keep making content like this. If you want to be part of that and help me keep speaking freely on topics most people won't even touch, consider joining the group. Just hit the join button below or head over to Patreon. Even a small pledge goes a long way, and I would genuinely love to have you on board. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to Runco the Baby. My name is Ian Runco, and we state the defense of firearms lawyer. One thing I'd like to do on this misconceptions about Canadian firearm laws. And so I saw one online that was a new one to me. And so I thought I'd talk about it, but that led me down a bit of a further rabbit hole. So the misconception that was coming up was people were saying that you can only buy ammunition if you have the same kind of firearm, which is not true. But all of that, I saw people discussing it in the comments, and they were listing pages that supported them, which included lawyer pages. And this gets beyond a further rant. A lot of lawyers in Canada who say that they do firearm work and don't seem to know anything about firearms. And that's very concerning. I might be using a specific web page as an example. We're going to go through it. I'm going to point out many, many misconceptions, but this is not the only one. Now, I can't say for certain if the lawyer, I'm not going to name here, that's not what this is about, but I can't say if the lawyer actually does firearm law, because I suspect that this page may have been AI generated or something along those lines. But it's still very concerning if this public-facing page is giving all sorts of information about legal and none of it is correct or true. So,
Can you take the top off? I really do not want to.
yes. And we're going to look at a few sort of sub-pages. The first one here is titled Ammunition Regulations in Canada, What You Need to Know. So it's basically what you need to know right there. This is stuff you need to know, so hopefully it would be accurate. Now, it notes for firearm enthusiasts in Canada, navigating the intricate web of ammunition regulations is paramount. Whether you're a novice or a seasoned firearm aficionado, updated on the ever-evolving rules and restrictions is non-negotiable. This goes to demystify Canada's ammunition regulations, ensuring you remain on the right side of the law. All right, that sounds really helpful, right? Now, it starts off talking about the rules requiring an ammunition license. Here's where we get into our first sort of major incorrect thing. Compatibility check. Purchasing ammunition are incompatible with your licensed firearm is a no-go. For instance, rifle ammunition is off limits for handgun license holders. Well, this is first massively wrong because it reflects a major misconception of how our licensing system works. You've got which may or may not have the level of firearm because they call that a
Whiskey. Hi. Whiskey.
Stop! Have a restricted
Hi.
designation on it.
What the hell is your problem?
Unrestricted long guns. Whereas if you want to get a handgun, you get the RPAL, which
Ball. Man, you're a pain. Where's the towel? Go get the towel. to you. Shenanigans.
Stupid. Oh, I can't.
Oh,
Push French to the forefront inside of the province. We're going to talk about how the RCMP doesn't want anybody to protest the G7,
Yay,
despite
good.
the fact that everyone in Ontario is demanding better pay, higher income, and that the government do something. Now that the government has put forward an idea, everybody is complaining that the government is doing something. Welcome back to the Before we get to this story, we're going to be talking about a coal exploration. Alberta regulator approved North Back Coal's exploration project in the Rocky Mountains. The regulator approved on Thursday a controversial coal exploration project on the eastern slope of the project at Grassy Mountains in 2021 and approved that the environmental effects on fish and water quality outweighed potential economic benefits. The decision was reversed, and the approval grants deep drilling permits to North Back to go 150 meters underground in both public and private land in the search of coal deposits. The company will not only be able to draw water from a nearby end pit lake that it owns, and that's not directly connected to other bodies of water.
Whiskey?
The decision notes that it's possible there
Stay
will be some
outside.
runoff from the lake, but it has been determined the project won't have any effect on the water quality or quantity downstream. If the existing waste rock piles are not elevated downstream selenium levels, it is reasonable to conclude that these exploration activities are unlikely to elevate selenium levels. The regulator was satisfied with the overall project's public interest, saying it would provide employment opportunities for nearby residents, including First Nations, while allowing companies to continue investing in the area. Now, this is an important thing to listen to, radio. We assess the social and economic effects on exploration program events to be positive, adding the North Back plans to spend $2.5 million locally as part of the exploration. While the magnitude of economic impacts may appear modest, they are proportional to the program scale and duration. The decision says the company has spent over $1 billion since 2015 trying to advance the project, but that wasn't a consideration for the regulator. Coal mining companies have gotten in a lot of trouble to make the water dirty, and I am quite sure that they have invested a lot of money in making sure that they don't make it dirty ever again, ever. So I believe that that's a thing that they were looking at, and that they had a whole host of scientists running all up and down trying to prove their point. I would just like to say that they're going to invest millions of dollars just in exploration, which is going to give people a lot of jobs, surveyors and support staff and whatnot. And then someone like Mark Carney's going to stand in the way, or Stephen Gilboa is going to stand in the way of that money that they have spent for 5 years. Not the kind now road to prosperity that we Canada should be following. I mean, don't we want to stop asking ourselves how we're going to solve the problem more, and then allow everyone to get in the way of what will produce money? Don't we think that if we're going to do this recognize that coal is a certain First of all, I think the press is amping up this hatred for Donald Trump. But let's leave that aside. Let's just talk about the idea that no matter where the G7 is held, there's always protesters that come there. Like they come from all around the world. They go to where the G7 meeting is and they complain and they protest in the streets. They have placards, the whole thing.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Trump coming this year is going to have an extra added element because of the trade war, you know, that
I don't care.
war that he's
Deal with
having
it.
with Canada.
Can't be trusted.
And all of the
asshole.
people that are supporting the trade, and then of course the separatists from Alberta. Oh man, it's going to be just a gigantic conflation of different opposing interests. It'll have absolutely nothing to do with the politicians behind the closed doors. The RCMP has weighed on it, saying that people will not be permitted to have protests on the side of the highway. I don't know why. I don't understand their logic. I'm sure in the article it might give us something. I just want to say out of the gate, though, that there are restaurants on the side of the highway. There are signs everywhere on the side of the highway. If you break down on the side of the highway, there's all kinds of things to do on the side of the highway, like you can look out the window, all of that. But for some reason, if a person stands on the side of the highway saying, I don't like Donald Trump or welcome Vladimir Zelensky or any form of that they may have, this is a problem. See, what I don't like is this continued idea that the government has been trying to restrict where people can protest and how they can protest. It's a protest.
The whole point
It's not they don't need your permission to complain. They're complaining. And if you're going to allow people to block the highway for Palestine, then you have to allow people to block the highway for any reason that they choose. You don't have the right to pick and choose. And the second that you do turn it into a two-tiered system, you lose all semblance of order and all semblance of respect. You only have people who are going to be embittered against you. Now, I know that there are a lot of people listening to me that don't need that explained to them, but there are people who seem to be making these decisions who obviously don't understand that. And I'm hoping that these words will reach them so that they will come to some common sense. Not thinking to themselves that some people are allowed to protest wherever they want and some people are not. And somehow demonstration on the highway. We're not going to be able to tolerate protests on a highway, Alberta RCMP Chief Super David Hull told the home stretch on Thursday. So I'm sure they'll find them a field out in the middle of nowhere and tell them they'll all be permitted to protest there. Of course, they'll be required to have their own transportation. They won't be able to use the bathroom, and nobody will be around to hear them complain. They already have a whole bunch of privacy zones, like it's built like the Davos, where you're not allowed behind this line without permission. It's really kind of totalitarian and imperialistic in its design. I don't believe that people should be limited on where they can protest. I don't believe that that's the kind of thing that, I mean, when we started, the far left would protest anywhere. They don't have any problem going into like museums and protesting. They don't have any problem sitting in the middle of the road and protesting. And if people want to protest now, oh, no, you're not allowed to do it. You have to do it in our specific way. I mean, the epitome of control freak is telling a person how they have to complain. One of the problems that we have getting our military built up is that the liberals and the eco-mentalists don't want to allow anybody to take anything out of the ground. And if you do take it out of the ground, you have to smelt it specifically under the direction and the idea of the net zero people, which of course is just getting in the way and causing a lot of problems. If we were already established, I could see that as being something, but we're essentially a third world nation when it comes to these kinds of things. And we really need to just get the regulations out of the way. And that includes the Liberal government and Stephen Guilbeault and Mark Carney, who is a hardcore net zero, right? The world's #1 net zero champion, Mark Carney. As a result, we are getting offered to have other countries build our military equipment and some of our bases. This example is South Korea. Links to the articles will be in the description. South Korea pitches Canada on a $20 billion plus plan for subs and armored vehicles. I'll just read a couple of paragraphs, and that pretty much should tell you the point of the article. A trio of South Korean companies have made a significant multi-billion-dollar pitch to Canada, promising to quickly replace the Navy's aging submarines, deliver more firepower to the Army, and help revitalize the country's defense industrial base. First off, country as small as South Korea doesn't have the resources that Canada has and is offering to build us ships with our own material, right? We'll sell them the material, they'll smelt it, they are building their own smelter in Canada, in the United States right now, as well as their own power generating station. That's just for their cars. Imagine how much of that material was started in Canada, but we can't do that, any of that in Canada, because we have eco-mentalists running all up and down screaming that it would bend a blade of grass. Meanwhile, in South Korea, a country that's geographically like Canada, 100 times before, they're all it has also pitched building maintenance facility in this country which will employ Canadians. I mean, the idea that they're going to come along, build our Navy, build our Jeeps, like our equipment, and teach us how to build army barracks is beyond embarrassing. And I'm not trying to cast any shade on the South Koreans. They see a business opportunity, they're trying to go for it.
Right.
I want you as a Canadian to see the difference, the contrast between a country that's not freaking out over every little blade of grass, who's not headed by the number one net zero flag bearer, number 1 and 2, right? Because we have Carney, who's the number 1 net zero guy on Earth. And then we have Guilbeault, who's the number 2 net zero guy on Earth, or certainly in Canada, getting in the way and interfering with getting our steel out of the ground and turning that steel into Canadian industry, into Canadian products, making a military that people want to join instead of a military that people are afraid to join. We have South Korea coming over here and saying, hey, we can fix some of this for you. Why do we have the longest coastline on Earth and we can't make a submarine faster than 10 years away? What is going on with that? And we can't produce a submarine in a couple of years. We're going to wait 10 years. Never mind the frigates and the destroyers and all the other things that are required that go. We have the longest coastline on Earth and we don't even have a single aircraft carrier. I mean, this is embarrassing. And again, I don't blame South Korea. They just see a business opportunity. But I absolutely blame the federal government because there's no provincial government that's in the way of this. This is all federal. We need to change this. We need to turn this around. And we need to stop asking other countries to bail us out of our own predicaments that we got ourselves into. Now, I waffled back and forth on to which one I should do next, as opposed to which one I'm doing last, because I wasn't sure which one was going to make me rant more. I'm going to go ahead and try to do the French one first, because I'm telling you right now, I can't understand the absurdity of it. Quebec to impose French language quotas on streaming giants. New legislation takes aim at services like Spotify and Netflix. Now, right now, they're doing a whole bunch of CRTC hearings because in their head, they think that they can force these giants, these economic behemoths, to make movies inside of Canada and give them individually to different parts of the regions of the country. I mean, the lack of understanding in the CRTC of how the industry is working and functioning is profound. All you got to do is watch one of the hearings. I see a lot of them on CPAC, but you can find the hearings online on all kinds of places, and they bring in these industries. And then they're going to try and tell them that they have to do so much content. In this case, they want to have Netflix push French language content to the fore. Now, the absurdity of that is pretty severe for a couple of reasons. One, why would the French language not just use CBC, right? They have CBC Gem right there. There's an ad for CBC Gem right here on this it's on 2 ads for CBC Gem on this very article. Why would Quebec, who's always talking about they want to save CBC, not use the streaming app of Gem? But mostly I want to understand why they would not just tell themselves that they would get the closed captioning or the languages modified so that they can dub in French. Right? Isn't that the solution that we should have? watching these programs or watching these languages and these movies and shows from other cultures. Just like you might watch something from Britain or France, you're passing legislation which is reminiscent of Bill 101 and Bill 96 and all of the hateful, discriminatory, xenophobic French language laws that Quebec likes to pass is going to harm the business model itself. Did you know that when you want to buy a video game in Quebec, for example, a video game, the sellers have to wrap it in a French-only language material? The federal government passed laws saying that the French and English language must be on the labels at the same size. So Quebec, not being satisfied with that, demanded that the English language be 10% smaller than the French language. So for those of you that are not aware of the years of ineffective attempts by the Quebec government to force French onto the people living inside of Quebec, despite the fact that most of the people who are born French in Quebec listen to English music, watch English TV. The only thing they watch in French is the hockey game. They play English video games. It's all kind of a ridiculous thing. Now you want to have Netflix, who ultimately will not be able to accomplish this, or any of them, Spotify. You won't be able to find the content enough of it to push it forward in the algorithm. And this is what comes from messing with the algorithm, like in Bill C-11, Bill C-18. See, it never ends. It never stops. The government will always try to take control. And once they get a little bit of it, it continues to go and go and go and go. And the next thing you know, a company like Spotify is doing like Amazon and saying, you know what, we're leaving the province altogether. Now the people in the province don't have any access to it because the people that are at the top are trying to force an ideology onto the people at the bottom. The government in Canada has it backwards. They think that they are telling the people how they should live instead of listening to the way the people want to live. And that just sort of goes right from British Columbia right on through, because they got away with it for a little while and now they think they can do it all the time. I don't understand how the streaming outfits are going to be able to put French content to the fore when there's very little of it made. Certainly not enough to justify all of the costs of streaming into a province in French only. If that were the case, then explain to me how come the CBC is losing money hand over fist. Now, I'll do a different video on the CRTC and my ideas and thoughts on which way we should be going with television in this country, and I have many, and they are well thought out and well learned, if I may do say so myself. Nonetheless, I'm getting a little bit fired up. I lived in Quebec for a long time, and I know exactly the kind of scrutiny the French gives to people who don't speak any French, and I honestly don't agree with it in any way, shape, or form. I find it to be very one step backwards. That's just to be polite. Okay, now we'll come to one of the most absurd things that I've heard of in a while. So Doug Ford runs around, right, saying I need to be reelected so that I can unlock and unleash the potential of Ontario, so that I can get progress of this stuff while all the money vacates from the south. And of course, he takes a couple of pages of the Pierre Poilievre's discoveries of the Ring of Fire and how most of the world was after these rare minerals, so much so that Donald Trump bargained with the Ukrainians to get a hold of theirs. And then all of a sudden, he puts forward a bill saying, hey, let's tear it open, let's get it done, let's get it over the ground. And out of the woodwork come all the crazy people who just fight too expensive to down and place to live, and they need some income, and they need an economy. Right now, screaming out our own, we can't do that because they might harm a leaf and bend a tree, build the trees in the grass, both grow back. And they just want to get in the way and interfere. Then you wonder how we get to this position in the first place. You wonder why it takes 15 years. Because people are, they just don't want to think about the best interests of others. They don't want to think in their very narrow-minded approach to almost everything. Got this from CTV. Incredible. Doug Ford defends bill that would expedite critical mineral projects despite the criticism. Premier Doug Ford is defending his government's plan to move forward with a bill that might expedite projects around critical minerals and resources despite concerns around the environment and the First Nations rights. Bill 5, also known as Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act, is introduced by the government in April. Can I just say, for the sake of on the side, that's a horrible name. Somebody needs to, like in the government, they need to employ somebody to just name these bills, because leaving it up to them is just far too literal, and it doesn't have any catch, you know? Government says the in duplication order to move along critical mineral and infrastructure projects, particularly in the resource-rich ring of fire. However, it says that it's not acceptable weakens environmental regulations and First Nations rights, as well as also to scrutinize for promised creation of special economic zones that would allow the government to grant itself exemptions from other regulations. Now, before I get into what I disagree about with this, I just want to show you something from the main Google News. So this is what I looked like. This is what when I went to look at when I went to dig deeper on this article, this is what came out, right? The Toronto Zoo warns of extinction. First Nations want the bill to be struck down. That's for defenses bill. Well, rallies against Bill 5. Bill 5 will rise costs, undermine local planning, and put our community at risk. Objections to special economic zones pour in ahead of committee review. Ojibwe Nation heading to Queen's Park over Bill 5. Ontario using a tariff as pretext for speeding up mining projects. Regular views of the Canadian Shield know that I don't bring profanity into these reports, but I promise you that list of articles makes me want to. I mean, the idea that everybody would run around saying, oh, woe is me, everything is so hard, what are we going to do about it? And then somebody says, let's do something about it. We're going to take these billions of dollars out of the ground, make everybody rich, give everybody a decent life. We'll make some roads, so getting material and getting food up to the north will be way better, way cheaper, much faster. We'll bring a lot of electricity with us. We're going to bring some cell phone towers, so everything will just be, better for the standard of living up there. And of course, private interest groups got to come out of the woodworks. Many that did be noticed, many that did get in the way. Won't be long until somebody chains himself to a tree, which I think we should just work around and let them sit there on the tree. I mean, it's obvious that this is the kind of thing that's slowing down the productivity in this country. And we need to be productive. We need to get out of our own way. We need to have things unlocked. Or you have to stop complaining. Like anybody from the First Nations who is around the Ring of Fire who thinks in their mind that they're not going to be able to get a decent job and not going to be able to make a lot of money off the mining is not thinking their way clearly through it. And if you think, well, I don't want a job with here, so I'm just going to stop everybody from coming up. Well, then don't complain that you're broke. Don't complain that you don't have cell phone service. Don't complain that you don't have satellite service. Don't complain that you don't have decent internet or roads. Don't complain you don't have decent schools. Don't complain you don't have a decent hospital. Don't complain at all, in fact, because you're the one that's getting in the way of the progress. Progress sometimes means that you actually have to improve things. And the only thing that I know for sure is that they're not living there for years. They have to put in all the efforts to keep on getting stuff off the ground. And they need jobs that can drive, or people that can drive that vehicle equipment. They need people who are willing to go into the ground. They need people who are willing to transport it, because that's a different truck. A mining truck is a massive thing, and the truck on the road is different size. And obviously, everybody needs to stop telling themselves that they're a special interest group and just get out of the way, get in line, put in your job application, ask for some extra money so that you can transport yourself back and forth to work or for a place to stay on site. And then just get going, bring in the economy, start to stimulate the money, get the growth going. You take that money back to your particular village, particular town, make the town grow, get better, and all the rest of that. And do the things that other countries that are developed have been doing for hundreds of years. Stop telling yourself that you're a special interest group and start telling yourself that this is the solution to the questions and the demands that you've been making for years now. You're always inside of the different governments saying that there's not enough going on in the north. And now that the north is coming up, the government has decided to come up. You don't want them to come up. You want to tell them all of a sudden that, no, you have to do it. I want you to do it, but I don't want you to do it like right away. Let's sit around and complain about it a lot more. Let's see how much money we can get out of the press for them to interview us and tell us, so that we can be on the front page of certain newspapers while other newspapers don't get seen on the internet because they're not part of Bill C-18 or Bill C-11, so they get turned way down in the algorithm, so it only looks like it's a one-sided argument. Well, that's a different topic. All I can say for sure is that this makes us look like a bunch of clowns. And I hear again the words of Donald Trump over here. Never say never. You have to choose prosperity or deep poverty, because those are the two choices that are before you.
Stupid, come here.
There, go frolic, do dog stuff.
Pain in the ass. What? Oh, interesting.
Studies have shown that operational inefficiency and the lack of control of our content will easily.
Well, it looks like things might be actually falling apart for Mark Carney just days, I guess 24 hours before the House of Commons and Parliament resumes. This is very long anticipated and awaited, startup for politicians just doing their job. They haven't done their job since middle of December. December 17th, actually, I think is a very specific date.
How do you go
Kind of crazy. I feel like a lot of people are on the side of if they're not in the House doing their job, then they should be either on reduced pay or no pay at all, because the world or Canada and Canadians are paying for politicians a lot of money for not doing anything, which is absolutely insane. Which also is something that Pierre Poilievre was kind of campaigning on. Part of his promise was they're going to work straight through the entire summer, get back to work right away, and basically not take really any breaks, which would have been phenomenal, but that's not the case. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we get into it, I do want to encourage you all to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't yet already. That is really helpful. The channel, I don't just say it to be annoying. We've got a lot to take a look at today. Oh my goodness. We've got Hamas protesters that are blocking food transportation from taking place in Canada, which is bananas. You also have a bit of an internal revolt for the Liberal Party. You've got Liberal MPs that are raiding to oust Mark Carney, which is kind of crazy, but not super surprised. You've got mainstream media bringing on podcasters as part of their new integration into their news, but there's a little bit of a spin on that. Then you also have what seems like Trump kind of ending, or at least causing tensions on the war between Russia and Ukraine. So there is a whole lot to take a look at in this video, and I hope you stick around for the full thing. But before we get into the meat and potatoes of the content, I do have a message from today's sponsor. This video is brought to you by today's sponsor, Private Internet Access. If you're fed up with government censorship and the government tracking and selling your data, well, boy, oh boy, do I have a fix for you. Private Internet Access, my go-to VPN, is the best way to cloak yourself so that you can browse the internet anonymously. Also unlocks a whole bunch of censored news here in Canada, which is the Liberals' quota. In addition to that, when you have Hulu, Netflix, Disney Plus, it allows you to access content that is restricted by this country. So you can use American Netflix, French Netflix, Italian Netflix, whatever it is that you want. There are so many benefits to private internet access, but my favorite is the fact that it works on so many different devices. One subscription connects to multiple devices at the same time. You can also change your IP address. Choose one. If you use my link down in the description, you can download 83% off private internet access. Alternatively, you can go to PIAVPN.com/sunshine to get the exact same discount. Thank you, Private Internet Access, for sponsoring today's video. And without further ado, let's get right into this video. Starting off with Russia and Ukraine, and how a lot of back to each other in exchange. Here we go.
Russia and Ukraine exchanged hundreds more prisoners as part of a major swap, a rare moment of cooperation which came hours after Kyiv came under a large-scale Russian drone attack. CTV's Colton Preo on where the ceasefire efforts stand now.
Heartfelt reunion between comrades. The long-awaited voice of home. Siblings reunited after 17 long months apart. These are the sounds of for more than 300 newly freed Ukrainian prisoners of war. Similar scenes playing out in Russia, part of a larger swap taking place over the course of the weekend that started Friday and is expected to see 2,000 Ukrainian POWs trade places. Kyiv administrators calling it one of the biggest attacks on the capital, as drone attacks from both sides have ramped up in recent days. It's clearly signaling that it has no intention of standing down in terms of its war aggression on Ukraine. And Ukraine is reciprocating with probably the largest air barrage that we've seen on Russia, with 700 drones. They post on social media, Ukrainian.
Oh my goodness, those are our drones and our money and America's money. I feel like this has been a very long war of attrition. It's a battle of resources, and clearly Russia either has big countries like China and North Korea, well, and it's not a big country. They have other countries that are willing to supply them with military equipment and money, the way that Canada has been doing it for Ukraine. But this all is going to have to come to an end very, very soon, because this was one of Donald Trump's campaign promises, leading him to remember that he was going to end the war immediately. And we just can't keep giving all this money. Of course, the deaths and all of that stuff is very bad. And the amount of prisoners that have been held on both sides, that is very bad. But again, a lot of the war comes down to money. War goes forward when there seems to be profit for it, and it stops usually when it's not profitable for anybody anymore. That's just how this goes. And it feels like it's no longer profitable for anybody anymore, and I just think that we're going to come to a resolution sometime soon. At least that's my naive, optimistic outlook. I'd love to know yours. But nonetheless, even if it doesn't come to an end quite yet, this information passport jobs to the offices again because there's such a big backlog of passports. It used to take like 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, maybe I'm exaggerating, but it would take several months to get a passport. And as somebody who just went through the process with my entire family, like a month ago, 2 months ago, I can tell you that the passport process is pretty freaking fast right now. So we have a surplus of government workers working in passport offices. What are we going to do with them? Well, the government's saying we're not going to have to get rid of them, which is good, I guess. It's saving us money, but let's take a look.
With me now is Alicia Canning, National President of the Union of National Employees. It represents passport officers, among many others. Alicia, thank you very much for being here. What is your immediate reaction to the federal government's decision to cut 800 passport office jobs? Do you think this is justified?
Well, it's disheartening. Obviously, we've had passport crises in the past in terms of being able to get services to Canadians. And really, what you're looking at is job cuts of the public servants, mostly terms, precarious workers, and you're looking at people who are making under $50,000 a year. So it seems to me like Mark Carney is, looking at fiscal responsibility on the backs of the least paid public servants in the public service. And so I'm not sure that Canadians are going to continue to get the services that they still need to be able to get their passports through these cuts.
How do you anticipate these job cuts will affect passport processing times and service delivery?
Well, we've continued to see these long lineups, even post-pandemic, and I don't see this helping us get passports any quicker. I actually see there being a slowdown, particularly when we return to the fall, which is the beginning of the busiest season in the passport.
There's no lineup, though. I just went through this. Maybe it's in the area that I went through this in. However, it just feels like during the coup, it was a global health emergency, and everyone was panicking. People needed to get home. People wanted to get out. There was just a lot going on. And now that that's done, and people really just aren't traveling the way they used to. The tariffs with America is still on, so liberals are obviously not going into America because screw the orange man and Elon Musk, right? Right, elbows up. And then you also have the fact that life is just so unaffordable right now that travel is kind of at an all-time low, if I had to kind of spitball and use common sense. So the passport lines are just not what they used to be. Now, cutting 800 jobs is pretty significant. That's huge. That's huge. And in other sectors, that would be deemed a bit of an emergency crisis, right? If 800 employees lost their job in the auto sector because of tariffs, my goodness, people would be losing their hats. Now, this isn't because of tariffs per se, indirectly, and cost of living, and the fact that just people just aren't traveling as much as they used to, and the fact that it's kind of more of an autonomous process now. We don't necessarily need those extra 800 employees. It sucks. It very much sucks. But without bringing in our own Elon Musk to do Doge, if we can make cuts in areas that we don't currently need, then that's kind of a decent way of saving money. I don't want to sound ignorant to the fact that 800 families are now going to be out of the chop.
I don't know why it's really warm. Just the worst.
I'm learning about letters. There's a video for every letter.
Oh, God, no.
This is the Canadian government has to allow real estate prices to fall in order to make housing more affordable. This, according to a recent analysis from Mike Moffat of the Missing Middle Institute.
Yeah, no, shut up.
Well, yeah, the link between affordability and price shouldn't be too much of an intellectual stretch. The day before the Bloomberg article was released, the Financial Post came out with an article positing just that housing prices and affordability are not mutually exclusive. The Canadians want a government that protects house prices, and this falls in line with what we recently heard from our new housing minister, that prices don't have to fall for housing to be affordable. And yet, despite everything, despite what we're hearing from the powers that be, according to the market outlets, if house prices don't fall, it could take between 18 and 25 years before housing affordability returns to 2005 levels.
With that said, Robertson is the housing minister and financial post. At least according to the financial post, is a financial newspaper. So maybe their arguments are worthy of consideration. So what we're going to do today is Goldman Market's argument that it could take 18 to 25 years for restore housing affordability and prices to fall. Take a look at the rebuttal in the financial post, and then discuss some implications. As we'll see today, interest rates can begin to play a part in housing affordability. Now, let's get into this one. Onto the article. While some, including Fredo Robertson and the housing minister, say that house prices don't fall to restore affordability, others, such as Mike Moffat, take a much more plain view, noting that it's simply not possible to restore broad-based affordability to the middle class without prices going down. And that is an unfortunate answer for the middle class. See, at least, housing affordability has plummeted over the past 25 years. Moffat ran the numbers to see how long it would take for housing affordability to return to 2005 levels, or right about here, and found that it would take about 18 years of the average price staying the same, or about 25 years in Ontario or BC to restore to those 2005 levels. So if the average price never moves up again and you just waited for incomes to catch up at the normal rate, it would take about 18 years for affordability to return to those 2005 levels. But let's just double check these numbers ourselves, do some actual investigation just to make sure that it all tracks. Back in 2005, the average price of homes was $231K, and the median income was $36,800, which will convert back from 2023 dollars, that's listed on Canada, and the median income of $25,000 back in 2005. And the average price was roughly 10 times the income. Fast forward to today, and the average $680K, and the income is $45,400, or about $47,125. And the average price of a home is about 14 times the median income.
This is good for all of us.
Well, yeah, just wait a minute. I'm going to propose to tell us how great this situation is for everyone. So let's see if that 18-year calculation tracks. Given that for the past 20 or so years, the median income has grown at an average of 1.18% per year, that median income will reach $68,000 in 2046, or about 21 years from now, right in between the 25-year estimation on the current market. So, market isn't that correct. If prices don't fall, affordability won't return to 05 levels for the next 20 years, which is essentially what the new housing minister said is the government's plan.
No, I think that we need to deliver more supply, make sure the market is stable. It's a huge part of our economy.
Yeah, so if you don't want prices to go down, you just want more supply. Essentially, you're just trying to prevent prices from shooting up. You're hoping that prices are going to stay the same and that incomes will have a chance to move up.
I know you guys go. Trust me.
Now, let's consult our financial wizards in the Financial Post to see why that's such a good thing. Those same wizards are the exact same authors who warned back in July of 2024 that you shouldn't wait for interest rates to drop into the market, as you could end up seeing higher prices. Had you listened to these wizards at that time and thought that you should price homes in Toronto, you are now down $1,000.
It was fun while it lasted.
Onto the article. First off, the authors note that where we see a major price correction, the economic and social consequences will be severe, depleting the savings of vulnerable households and pushing aspiring homeowners further from their goals. So the argument is that if we see a major price correction, things are going to be so bad in the economy that it's going to be even more difficult for the average home buyer to buy a home.
So when you're thinking about retirement, one of the first things you want is to calculate how much you need to retire. Now, most people will be very conservative and you end up with a number that is way too high, like a couple $1 million. And that means you need to work until you're 65 or even longer. And
you are nothing without it. In the post-GFC crash, when the U.S. housing market crash saw a major price correction, housing affordability actually got much better, with 2012 being the best year for affordability since the 1980s. Further, if you look at the data, that 2012 year, that was the best year for affordability since the 1980s. home sales were actually on the rise. So it didn't really seem to stop first-time home buyers from entering into the market.
Yes, but at what cost?
So a major price correction versus for home buyers? Not necessarily. That's not what the data says. But according to the post, the prices will fall. It would be worse for home buyers when they went to actually buy a home, as they would be buying a depreciating asset, meaning it could be more difficult to support financing. Difficult, but that's why you have financing conditions in the first place. Financing conditions which you don't waive until the value has been accepted by the lender. It's a very weak argument. Further, I can tell you that the home buyers who purchased back in 2021 when prices were going to the moon and bidding wars were the name of the game, and our realtors were the most impressive individuals on the face of the earth, and then talk to home buyers now. They'll tell you that they much prefer current processes where they become housing inspections, conditions, etc., than the rush process when they overpaid back in 2021. So the data processes just need to match the more. Now, the authors of this propaganda and the authors of this totally useful piece of academic research, if you didn't finish high school, argue that the method used by Moffitt, indicating it could take decades for affordability to return, comparing prices to income, is of little utility today, since affordability isn't just a bilateral relationship between price and income, which is just a fancy way of saying interest rates can act as an attributing variable, can make houses more or less affordable regardless of income. And to support this, they point to the 1980s when price to income was much lower, but affordability was even worse, which is just sneaky. They're pointing between extreme states highway in the 80s and saying, that if prices do exceed, it's going to be
Crush. No. Go inside. Stop it.
right now, whether or not the government will be taken out. This all worse than remains to be seen, but we will obviously continue to track how this all materializes on this channel. Make sure you click like, subscribe, and updates. But for now, thanks so much for watching.
Come here. Stop being shit. Get in. Move. Move. Oh, sorry. Oh. Ah. Hey, Jacko. Stop. Hey. Oh no, the upstairs windows is open. Okay, come here. Come here, Wilbur. 1, 2, up. Oh, okay. Go. My sweater's getting redone. On the bed. More importantly, the bed. Okay. I have to close this door. I'll leave it open a bit.
Planning an RV trip can be time-consuming and tedious, flipping
Okay.
back and forth between multiple websites, guidebooks, and discount clubs. Well, those days are over. RV Trip Wizard is an easy-to-use to plan your trips from one place. Access information on campgrounds, discount clubs, tourist sites, road hazards, and more. Make educated, informed decisions using unbiased data. Prioritize the club discounts you prefer. SAM, escapees, KOA, and more, all from one. Access RV Trip Wizard on your smartphone, tablet, or computer. There's nothing to install. All your trips are backed up and can be exported to Google Maps or your GPS device. Planning your personalized trip is easy.
And it's gonna stop breathing. Oh. Okay.
Became a landslide. The real estate world, the agents,
Okay.
the officers, the title companies, everybody affiliated with
Okay.
actual real estate sales started to see it. So the builders,
See if we can find these tools.
hitting existing home sellers in 2007.
Almost
By
positive there's none
2008,
here.
It was a complete bloodbath, Luke, and that ran all the way down to about 2011, 2012. So, I think the difference between today and back then is that the bubble today is much bigger, much greater, and I look back at the history of the charts and reread the history books from the 08 crisis. Man, I think I see a lot of similarities, and it could be some hard times ahead.
I think you're right there, and it's really interesting you walking through that. And I wonder, did interest rates actually affect anything? Because I think it was like 2005, 2006, around that time the Fed stopped hiking rates, I think it was. Did that have any effect on the market, or was it more just that was another thing that they were doing?
That's a great question. So back in 2006, you were looking at about 7%, 7.5% for 30-year fixed rate mortgage. You could get 6.5%. But they were doing some crazy things, like giving people bridge loans, so that they could buy another property, for a period of time. They either have a bridge loan, like they're going to sell their existing home, or they just use a bridge loan, buy a second home. They wouldn't move into that. They would rehab it and sell it. And a lot of people got caught up in that. So people started getting into financial difficulty. But by the time we hit 2007, when the Fed really dropped rates, almost like they did through the pandemic, they did this in 2007. But in 2007, it didn't work. It was too little, too late. And what happened was, despite there being cheaper mortgages, it was already, the fallout was too big. And what it really was, it was the fact that home prices were falling so fast. And that becomes a very difficult market in itself, because you can just think about it this way. When the housing market is going up, when prices are going up, and what I mean by that is next month, the price of the home that you would buy today will probably cost you more money. And that's what was happening. Month over month over month, the home prices were actually going up. So what people were doing in that situation was they were getting over list price to try and buy it maybe just under what next month's price may be. 3 months from now, it would still be better to bump over list price, because in 3 months from now, it would be even higher, right? So when you have a situation like that, that's why people overpay, because they're trying to beat the next price hike or what the next person would be willing to pay. Well, the opposite is also true in a falling market. So when prices start going down, and I'm talking about residential sales, especially existing home sales, because builders kind of regulate their inventory, kind of control their market. But in existing home sales, where you have a seller that wants to sell and they start getting excited about, geez, my prices are dropping, I can't get it, they're more inclined to take a lower offer. But the ones offering the price are trying to figure out, like, what do I pay? So if the house is sitting on the market
for 600,000. Next month it may be 550. So now the buyers are trying to make sure that they're getting a price that if it continues to fall next month or the month after or the month after, that they're still safe. So what happens in a down environment is the buyers kind of shut down. They kind of think about like, whoa, maybe I should, the market's falling. Maybe I shouldn't jump in yet because I don't want to overpay. And if there's a home price correction, and that really accelerate things quite quickly, because at the same time that the buyers are slowing down, regardless of interest rates, let's say that they can afford to buy a house right now at 7.5%, but the prices are falling, they may be more inclined to say, well, I'm gonna wait it out a couple, 3 months. 4 months,
Hey, my tape measure.
as inventory starts to rise, that's when the prices fall. So that's what was happening a lot in the 08 crisis, was that people were holding back to wait for the prices to drop even further. So even the Fed dropping the interest rate, if that makes sense, wasn't enough to excite the buyers to buy in a falling market. So I think that what we're looking at, and I don't have a crystal ball, and who knows, boy, wouldn't I like to be right or be able to be right and bank on that, right? But no one knows, especially when we're dealing with a wild card here in the U.S. With stimulus potentials and bailout, things like that. So nobody knows exactly what the government has up their sleeve to save this market. But that's what happened back in 07, where dropping the rates didn't work because of the falling market. I have a feeling that if the Fed drops rates here in the U.S. mid-year next year, again, we may be looking at a little bit too little, too late. Because if at that point it's an inventory and the house prices are falling, buyers will probably be more inclined to just wait for a better deal.
Yeah, Todd,
I
that is
say it
kind of
every time I come in
scary
here.
what you just said there, because you were obviously talking about in the context of 2007 and 2008 and what happened with rates. We are seeing those exact same things happen right now in Canada. So inventory is shooting up, and I'm going to shoot over to this headline, which I pulled up. This video is powered by ExpressVPN, helping you get around the censorship laws in Canada. Go to expressvpn.com/marketmania if you're interested in a VPN. Nobody's market, buyers wait in game to see sellers struggle. So literally the exact thing that you just described is happening right now in Canada. And I have a question on the back of that. So obviously all these people were going to the sidelines in 2007, 2008, or 2006.
These are my cast iron nails from a native person.
So did that mean that it was the unemployment, or was it the lending, or was it a combination of both that froze them out of the market after that, so they couldn't even get in even though prices continued to fall? Or was it just a sentiment shift?
I think it was probably both. So everything was in a massive
whiskey?
recession.
I don't know what the fuck you're doing,
That's what happens.
but it's probably something you're not supposed to be.
And I sort of say it today, but I have a little bit of a different meaning when I say it. We're really talked in and out of recessionary times, I think, in my opinion. Because, and that's why I think the media plays such a critical role, because a lot of people they don't look into the data or the history books, right? If you want to know what's going to happen, it may not be on the exact same path, but history does have a tendency to repeat itself in a lot of different ways. And when you look at the booms and the busts of the economy, that's nothing new.
Go back upstairs.
In the 1700s, here in the U.S., when the United States was founded, really, I mean, we've had booms and busts. But what happens is the more interaction, it seems that the government, the longer the time periods become before you see the boom or the bust, and because they
that boom pow.
Sort of artificially manipulate the markets. When the headlines of the news, if you can just, think about it. We're human beings. So when the media comes out and they say we're in a recession, or we're going to have a rough road ahead, if they say that, what do people start to do? Canceling their plans. They start pulling back on their spending. They talk about things that they need or don't need, right? So when this is great and they're frolicking around like holiday season in a good economy. Everybody's having fun, enjoying things, and freely spending money. But as soon as you start to hear those headlines in 2005, the overpriced Baltimore housing market, well, what's everybody like? I don't want to overpay. Who wants to overpay? So the media has, I believe, a lot of control either in the hysteria of what happens, but then you have that aspect where I feel like we're talked in and out of recessions. So all of a sudden things are tough, and then the media comes out and says, "Hey, recession's over. The Fed's going to relax rates." Then we watch the stock market respond, and we have 500-point gains in one day, which is insanity when you look at the amount that these businesses are trading over their actual earnings. So it just keeps the bubble kind of going. But then you have what you just said. You have the people that their bank accounts show the results of. You can talk somebody out of a recession all you want. If they're broke and they're in massive debt and they're getting collection calls and things are breaking in their home that they can't fix, that's the real life aspect, or the carnage and wreckage that these bubbles or these inflationary times really kind of leave behind. So, I think it was a little bit of both. I think the difference between then and now is when you look at the affordability chart, the housing affordability index, the HAI, nationwide, and the National Association of Realtors publishes this. You guys can, if you're interested, you can Google it, NAR, housing affordability index. And when you look at sort of like the 100 line is sort of like what you want to pay attention to, because what that means, that 100 line in this graph essentially saying is that a median household income can afford a median home price if you're close to that 100 line. If you're over the 100 line, that means
my mom had something like this, and they went on a keychain.
You're making a lot of money to the home price.
And
so that means, so when you look
she used to say it was for Tylenol.
2021, the line was much higher.
I was like, ew, this is like a sex toy. And she was like, no, it's for 2 little pills of Tylenol on the go. I was like, well, that's kind of a weird thing. It turns out it was her cocaine.
For the first time in 23 years, it is under from about 2021 to today. It is under the 100 line. And that never hit 100, or it may have just hit 100 in 2006.
Well, I guess I'll bring
and then we had a massive crisis. So
the computer upstairs to charge, and then I'll go outside by myself.
In 2006 in the last bubble, and now we can't.
Okay, I have to go plug this in upstairs because it's gonna die. And I'm gonna go talk to myself for a sec. See if I can try to fix this bitch.
And I think, housing affordability is
And you, oh my god. With the fucking crying, I can't.
Prices may not pay attention to that all the time. I always like to say, markets are irrational, and unfortunately, housing markets have become so financial these days that they largely act in similar ways to things like the stock market. So I think affordability is important to pay attention to, because that's the underlying fundamental. I think what a lot of people get carried away on is the fact that a lot of the time it may not trade, or it may not follow that fundamental. So they then think, it's just going to be like this forever. And there's this sort of recency bias. And you probably saw that as well, I'm guessing, in the lead up to
you guys can keep my dog company because he's sick.
Home values will
He hasn't pooped in 2 days.
They're not going to come down.
Yeah, and if you look at the chart, that is true. But I think it's really important that the chart is adjusted to inflation and the dollar here in the U.S. And I don't think a lot of people pay attention to that. They only look at the price of the home. They don't look at the value of the dollar and what your dollar buys. So it isn't always the case where you get a home.
Okay, Buffalo. Right.
Dylan, what are you
consistency of the ice cream, and it gives it longer
How you
shelf
doing?
life as well. So these chemicals, again, these companies that are making foods for us, they're not concerned about how the effect of the food is going to be on us. All they're concerned with is how much can they make us eat and continue to buy, get us addicted to it, have it a smooth feel on our tongue so we like that, have it taste good,
In our
even though it's
tongue.
filled with chemicals. They don't care about our health. They care about their bottom lines, and that's really what it's all about. And RFK Jr. has a history of going after the bad guys, whether it's in environment, now after Big Pharma, all these. He's going to get these kind of people out of our food supply chain. I know it. I mean, he's already proving that. So he's got a big job to do. The swamp is deep and wide, and these guys are all a part of it, and we've got to change. Americans have to start taking some more responsibility for their own health, Clayton. They have to start reading labels. They have to become aware that we can't trust what all these foods that have been out there for decades. We have to start looking and reading and making sure that we're not feeding ourselves and our children these harmful, toxic chemicals that are in our food supply.
Yeah, but then we just saw the FDA, and I agree with you. I think he's doing an incredible job. I mean, the fact that we already gotten food dyes out, we're moving towards getting fluoride out of the water in just 100 days, and then you have this blue-haired. That's probably where all the food dyes are going, into her hair.
Is it blue or purple?
I don't know. But we just saw the FDA approve, another COVID vaccine with incomplete data. Why do you think this keeps happening? I mean, I know he's one man. He's trying to remake a department. And I know we're being told, just put your faith in the process. And we've already seen huge movement. But how does the FDA come out and then approve another freaking COVID shot with incomplete data?
How to shop from Japan. Want to buy Japanese products, but don't know how to buy? Dorzo help you solve all the problems. Best Japan proxy service. All kinds of stores, either used or new. Many payment methods. Credit cards, PayPal, Alipay, Touch and Go. Ship internationally. Fast, reliable, and hassle-free. Multilingual. One-click in-app translation. Dorzo New User's Guide. 1. Download Dorzo. 2. Pay for items. 3. Pay for international shipping. 4. Sit back and wait.
Are you a person of faith who struggles with low mood or low self-esteem? What if I told you that anger, yes, anger is key to living a joyful and fulfilling life? Like many people, I used to see anger as something to be avoided. But what I learned in the church's teachings changed everything. You see, anger, as well as the rest of our emotions, are good gifts. It's just a matter of learning how to relate to them properly. Anger is just one of the 11 passions that we all experience, and it's indispensable to living a mentally healthy life. The reason for that is that if I can't accept and wield anger, I can't set healthy boundaries. And if I can't do that, I can't have healthy relationships. Now, this is just one of the hidden gems buried in the teachings of the church and the saints that I've discovered. You see, I've worked in the field of mental health for 20 years, and I've spent much of that time wading through various psychological theories to see if they could be practiced in accordance with my faith. And what I've done is I've been able to integrate the best of modern psychology with the truths of the faith. And I want to tell you about this in a free class where I'll teach you about the faith-based perspective on emotional regulation that leads to inner peace and fulfillment, as well as how to build healthy self-esteem so that you can relate to other people with confidence and ease. So, if that sounds good, go ahead and click the button that's somewhere around this video, and that will take you to a page to register for the free class. If you're looking for a truly faith-based perspective on mental health, this is definitely for you. So click that link and I'll see you there.
Look at, he's had 100 days in there. He's walked into a big pile of crap. Okay? I mean, it's gigantic. And it's been built up there for years and years and years with all these people, these swamp rats, these demon rats, that have built this whole system, this whole machinery up. It's going to, let's give them a little break. It's going to take them a little while to get these things sorted out. And I think there are still people in there that are part and parcel of the old system, that he's got to clean house. So we're going to have a little patience, Clayton. We're going to have to understand that his intention is correct. He's got the right agenda, and he's just got so many things coming at him from all sides constantly. I mean, look what they're constantly doing. Just in that hearing alone the other day shows us these people aren't there to help us. These people are there to create chaos, to have our attention go over here, go over there, go there, go there. And it's hard for our good leaders to stay focused, but that we've got to give him a little bit of a break. But I do believe that his intention is correct and his agenda is correct, and his outcome will be great for all of us. But we've got to help, we've got to be patient, and we have to be vigilant in our own health. We have to read labels, we have to ask questions. Don't go by just what your doctor says or what the food company tells you on its commercials. Come on, let's step up to the plate a little bit ourselves.
You've seen firsthand, you've been in this battle for years, you've seen firsthand how deep Big Pharma goes. How deep does their influence go inside of agencies like the FDA or the CDC?
Oh, these agencies have been bought and sold by Big Pharma for decades. I mean, they've got their agents and their lobbyists in there constantly. It's a joke to me. The FDA, is supposed to protect our food and our drug. That's our Food and Drug Agency, right? Well, for all intents and purposes, it hasn't protected food for eons. It's just been about promoting more drug use. And, it's crept in over, since FDA started. Rockefeller influence, and all the colleges and the universities they were funding, and people know drugs are made from petrochemicals. So this has been a huge influence for a long, long time. And if you can get people into the machinery that they have built, if you can get them to understand, oh, I have a problem, I need a drug. Well, that's only going to change their symptom into another symptom. And what I've taught for 50 years, my philosophy is, let's get at the cause. Why are you feeling this way? Why don't you have energy? Why can't you sleep? Why are you having gut issues? Why are you having heart problems? Why? What's the cause? Not to take a drug and change it into another symptom that you now need another drug. And now pretty soon, after a few years, you're on 10 different drugs. So the whole thing is, that's what their agenda is let's keep people in the machinery. Let's keep them buying the drugs. Let's keep them needing surgeries. And they make tons of money. Whereas you don't make a lot of money with my approach and with what, RFK Jr. wants to do. But he wants healthy people. We want healthy children, because America can't be great again when everybody's sick and obese and can't sleep and they're nervous and they're anxiety ridden all the time. And all it is their body's completely out of balance. And we have to start extracting out the toxins and the things that are causing the imbalance.
Oh no! My tablet is broken. Give me a new one.
Who's still using this old thing?
I need a new one immediately.
Then just download the Temu app and you'll get this brand new tablet for $0 Canadian.
$0 Canadian? It must be fake.
Look closely. All products come from official sources, 100% genuine. It can be used not only as a tablet, but also with a keyboard as a laptop, powerful and stylish.
But can I really get this for $0 Canadian?
Try it.
Wow, I really got it.
Click on the video, download the Temu app and get your tablet as a welcome gift.
Hi, I just wanted to come on here and share with you how Pastor Rick Warren's Daily Hope devotional has impacted my life in such an amazing way and has brought me so much closer to the Lord in my daily walk with God. I lost my job. Then the pandemic happened. My dad died in my arms. My mom died. and my husband left me and our 3 kids. These were very lonely, long days in my home, jobless, discouraged, hopeless. I had very little financial support and even less hope. There would be mornings where I would wake up and I would not feel like getting out of bed. Every single morning, without a miss, I would see an email from Pastor Rick Warren, and it was his Daily Hope devotional. I would open it up and I would see the scripture and I would read the word of encouragement. That was really my spiritual food that kept me strong, even though I didn't feel like it. I am now stronger. I am now out of the valley. I am in a much better place now. I just want to thank Pastor Rick Warren for being so diligent and faithful to daily send me those devotionals in my inbox. And if I hadn't gotten those, I really don't know where I would be today.
You know, it's funny. You talk about these toxins in the body. I have a bunch of family friends. I have my sister, for crying out loud, who, when you eliminate certain things, eliminate these certain toxins that the government's not helping you. As you point out, you have to do it yourself. Suddenly, their health improves dramatically. I mean, they're seeing a reversal of the inflammation, the eczema that's showing up all over their face. They're eliminating certain products that are just highly processed from their diets, and they're suddenly able to sleep. They're able to not have this inflammation. Their arthritis is going away. Like, this is crazy. So let's talk about the food supply more deeply here. What are the most toxic ingredients or substances that you see showing up in our food every day and that most people aren't even aware of? They have to wait. Let me just tell you this story real quick. I had a co-host when I used to work at Fox and Friends, my old co-host, and he just could not figure out. Well, every morning his stomach was upset. Every morning. And he finally started to eliminate certain things from his diet. He felt amazing. He lost weight. He felt amazing. He didn't have these stomach issues anymore. But it took him having to do all this investigation because it's so hidden in our food supply. So just kind of a personal story. And then I was just kind of shocked, actually, the other day. RFK Jr. shows up on Fox and Friends, which I was stunned by. And he's there slamming seed oils. He was going through a whole bunch of different toxins that are in our food supply. And I thought, my God, we've come a long way. But anyway, I don't want to steal your thunder. Can you go through some of the most toxic things that you see that stand out to you?
Well, I think definitely seed oils. I mean, those are in fast foods everywhere.
People
Those
are
are in
freaking out about fucking oil.
And thank God the light's been shown on those because those are very disruptive to a normal function of our
not one time they're gonna be like vegetable oils and that's all I want to get really good about. This one is the worst one for you. I'm like, oils are bad.
That is close to cocaine. People don't even realize that. It's a drug.
I do not.
And it is addictive. And so,
okay, let's go do before I rain again.
On sugar, we had Dr. Richard Lustig on years ago. He wrote, he's
no, you stay. I can't have you running around while fucking there's blades and shit. Fucking dummy. Hi.
It is close to cocaine. It disrupts everything in your body, and it is a drug. And we have made it normalized over the years. I mean, if you look back in the 1800s, I think people were getting, 50 pounds of sugar consumption a year. And then in the 1900s, it went up to, 100 pounds, 80 pounds, something like that. Now we're up to over 160 or more per year. I mean, this is incredible. We just keep pouring this sugar in our system, and it is so disruptive. I mean, have you ever watched a little child and he eats candy and ice cream and sugar? Is he calm and sitting there and able to study and, understand? No, he's running around like so mad. Oh, poor. acidic. Sugar destroys our taste buds. And when they stopped eating that sugar, what happened was all of a sudden the carrots were sweet. Oh my gosh, the carrots taste good. The fruits were sweet. And then it eat sugar in it, you have it for a long time, it actually feel a burning sensation on your tongue. Like that's how powerful of a chemical it is.
I used to be addicted to, when I was at the University of Pittsburgh, I would go and get a huge 32-ounce, like Dr. Pepper or something for lunch. I was a child of the 80s, so I was definitely addicted to soda. And then I would go to class and go back to the student union and fill it up again because it was like free refills all day. So I get another 32-ounce filled up with like Dr. Pepper or whatever. And then I finally got off that stuff. And a few years later, I barbecue or something like that. My body, I just felt like, oh, I don't ever want to do that again. So I've never touched it since. It's crazy,
It's addictive, and it's putting further chemicals in our body. It's altering the whole terrain in our gut. It's altering our blood. It's making us acidic. Disease thrives in acidic blood. And so every time you take sugar in, you're making your blood more acidic. You're making your whole body more acidic. Your tissues acidic. And that gives rise to all of this chronic disease. So sugar is one of the main bad things, but also the seed oil, the preservatives, the glyphosate that is in our food supply, the GMOs that I call them the Frankenstein. They create the Frankenstein foods. The whole thing is let's get back to eating real food, and let's get back to raising real food, and taking care of our soils, because real food grows in healthy soil, and the soil in us is in our gut, and that's where sickness starts, and that's where health starts. So we've got to get rid of all these artificial dyes, which is really artificial colors. We've got to get that health. And these things are not good. Which the FDA generally recognizes as safe. Well, back in the day, when they looked at foods like, egg and eggs, sugar and all those are safe. And putting that many chemicals will deter the terrain of our gut and alters our whole biosystem in our bodies. And so it makes sickness, disease, death.
like a hamster wheel. You said before that we're being poisoned slowly. I think that's such a powerful analogy. Can you explain what you mean by that? Because the way I look at it is, you're in danger if someone pulls a gun on you and shoots you. But like the little slow, minor little drip, that's really insidious, right?
It's very insidious. It's like water dripping on a rock. You don't realize that if it drips long enough, the rock is not going to be there anymore. Well, it's the same thing with these chemicals. And as they keep adding more and more and more, look at children's diseases. They're starting earlier, like at age 3. We got kids with cancer. This is insane. This is evil. These people should be in jail that are doing these things. They are killing people. They about killing children's chances at a good, clean life. These kids can't think right. This is devastating to America. It keeps happening in that. This is devastating to everybody. And it's high time we wake up. It's high time these people pay for their crimes. These are criminals that are doing this. And they should be treated the same way we're treated. I can't tell you how Let me tell you, I grew up on Twinkies. I grew up on typical American diet, the SNAP diet, where it was a lot of sugar, a lot of dairy, a lot of meat, and some vegetables, some fruits. But the thing that came about for me is I was modeling and acting out in Hollywood, and I was really into alcohol. Alcoholism runs in my family, but I got into alcohol and I had a near-death experience at age 20. And I met my maker and came back and had this knowledge that my feet got placed on the road to nutrition to help myself and then help others. And that changed my life. And when that's how I feel every time, when President Trump had that first attempt on his life, man, that was like, I felt my whole life flash by me again. Because once you have had a near-death experience, and mine was in no way as severe as his, somebody's trying to kill you, I was trying to kill myself, and I didn't even know it. I had all these bad things growing up. My body was addicted. I had alcoholism, I did my gambling, and so I, by the grace of God, was able to turn my life around. And I got put on that path. That's when I started all this. started eating things like yogurts and kefir and sauerkraut and pickles, and I started juicing. I started washing fish juices to restore and estrogen back in my body. But the whole thing here is because if you have healthy gut health, you're going to have a much better chance of having a healthy lifestyle. Now, why is that? Because we have trillions of teeming little critters in our gut. There's good bacteria, but then there's bad guys like parasites. And when you eat a lot of sugar, you got parasites. When you eat a lot of ultra processed foods, I guarantee you got parasites. Believe me, I've helped people and I've watched parasites come out of their body. It's not pretty. Okay? And so you've got parasites. You have viruses. You have your gut is teeming with bad bacteria and molds and yeast. People that have a little bit of white on their tongue, they've got overgrowth of candida yeast. And when you eat sugar, sugar feeds these guys. These guys will give you cravings to eat more sugar. These guys will give you cravings to eat more carbohydrates because carbohydrates turn into sugar. Most people don't chew their food. When they don't chew their food, it turns into sugar and you can't digest it. That's right, and that's why people need to be aware that the best thing that they can do to get their gut in from this disorder back into order, back into a balance, is start eating fermented foods. And after 50 years of teaching people how to eat fermented foods, the king of fermented foods that I found was something called kimchi. Kimchi is a traditional food that was originally from Korea. Now, this is teeming with friendly bacteria called probiotics. It has over 900 different strains of probiotics. And what's really interesting about kimchi is it is unlike any other fermented food that I have worked with or found over almost 50 years. It has these different probiotics in it that are found nowhere else. And they are like special ops forces, if you will, like the Navy SEALs and the Green Berets. They go in and get the worst bad pathogens. They seek them out. They kill them on contact. We're talking like E. coli and all kinds of bad pathogens that I can go into. But this is a super impurity. They produce these probiotics inside of the liver. And usually they make a fermented nutrients in there, all these friendly probiotics and the antioxidants and the live active enzymes, so people can get the benefits from this powerhouse. So in this video, I'm going to give you a crash course on technical analysis and how I earn discounted stocks and also generating cash flow using advanced investing strategies. So let's get started. So when it comes to technical analysis, one of the most important things you need to learn is to how to figure out the trend and also the high and lows of the market. Because at the end of the day, we can all agree that we want to buy a stock when it is at a discounted price. So here you can see that I have Microsoft here. And this is the weekly chart. And this is my charting template. So I'm going to keep it simple for you. See the price chart, which we have Bollinger Band, which is 220 and 100 EMA and 200 EMA. And these are the major support when Microsoft is at a discounted price. So if you want to learn how to set up this chart, you can click on the link below to attend a free webinar where I walk you through step by step. So first of all, I'm going to give you some quick wins. For Microsoft, we know that historically the trend is quite strong. So it all comes down to when you want to get into the market. So if you pay attention to this blue line, good food, fermented kimchi on an everyday basis, easily and conveniently.
What you guys have done is amazing because my wife does not like anything pickled. So for her, she started taking it and she loves it, but she can't eat, like, she's not a big fan of like pickled stuff. But me and my kids, like, I eat like sauerkraut every day, sauerkraut with like some meats or whatever. The kids love pickles and they love pickled stuff. So it's more likely that, they're going to be able to eat some of the fermented part of that process. And so, it's remarkable.
That's all great. Yeah, that's all great, but kimchi's the only one that has these.
Okay, ready? So this is let me know when you want to stop it, but this is the very beginning. But there's some examples here, people that are. His head of his looks like it's about to explode.
The point of leaving Western countries is getting worse. Why is this happening? Where are they going?
You can't say that in Canada. You have to cut your coat.
Subsidized by the government. But now you are beginning to see the big unwind of not just the housing bubble, but also the immigration bubble. And right now you are seeing more and more people who are running to the exit. They need to sell their home, cash out that equity, and get out of Canada in order to actually realize that gain. Because think about it, even if they sell their home and then sit on that cash, they've then got to pay rent somewhere, and they've then got to deal with the declining currency as well. To such countries like Mexico, they're going to places like Costa Rica, they're going to places like
crazy, eh? Out of all the money we put into all these programs, the state pension is not enough.
Turn onto the streets and going homeless, these pensioners then look to move somewhere else. Now,
if you invest in your pension yourself, the same amount they take for the same amount of time, and that it would be 6 times. So I'm talking about across all income levels. You know, even if you're being low income, you're paying the low end of it. So, but that's still whatever you pay into it, on the low end would be 6 times. And that, so if you just put it in your own, like, savings and average return, no, but how much? Like 5% or 10% or like 8? Yeah, 8 and 7 or 8% return. 6 times that you get this year, 6 times the income. Yeah, the monthly pay that they get you if it was your own and you're paying yourself, it would be 6 times. Well, what is it like? So especially you being in Calgary, are you seeing this too? So this is like from Kate work here. She says, "Get out of the cities," and this is from Contrarian. Canadian taxes are so insane. So it's not just federal. This isn't just a federal and provincial problem, right? So here is how can anyone afford to live here? Property tax on the townhouse I own went from 6,500 3 years ago to almost 97. Here it is right here, 97, almost 10 grand. So it looks like it's an $875,000 townhouse. I wonder what city it is. So, Dicks, buddy, that ain't a thing out here. No, I know, but and once you get up over 40 acres, I think it's like most of the people around here that are on over 40 acres are probably paying around $1,300 or $1,400 a year of property tax. So that's like a 30-40% increase in 3 years. That's pretty crazy. How much did you say? Under $2 grand, probably around $1,400 a month. Once you get over 40 acres, you get a special rural rate. Okay. Whoa. So here's another one from June Marie. She says, "I received my tax notice from the city of Edmonton. My property taxes are now $1,342 per month.
Yeah.
For a 3-bedroom, 2-bath bungalow." And then, and then if you go into a townhouse or building, when Shauna left her condo, I think the fucking condo fees were up to like $400 a month.
Yeah, we'll go to condo.
My mom pays $1,000. It's like buying those can stop, right? Those are just gonna keep going. Plus, they can still just cash call you whenever they want.
What?
So, and this a bungalow, a 1-year increase of $230 per month. I mean, I can't get over this. Edmonton, $1,342 per month. Property already owned. Per month, though. I mean, this would be a huge thing I'd like to see in the States. It's like the first tax that you go, arguably before even income tax, is property tax. You should not be paying fucking tax on property that you already own. Well, so how do you pay for your city's expenses, your municipal expenses? I don't know. What can't be property tax because I think you shouldn't be losing property you've already fucking paid for.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a different instead of most of the cities because you're paying a mortgage and the bank loans are shit anyway. But I mean, you're talking about people, you can theoretically lose a ranch that you've had in the family for 100 fucking years because you didn't pay the taxes on it. So I guess that
You're a fucking idiot.
here the property tax is going to like plowing the range roads. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying there. So here's a couple comments. So many seniors in West Van had to sell because they could not afford taxes on homes they purchased before it became overpriced. They walk around with a key around their neck because their stuff is in storage and they live in small apartments or condos now. It's heartbreaking. Seniors should enjoy their golden years, not worry about housing. It's crazy. The solution is to tax us more and increase competition for affordable homes by bringing in 2 million more in per year. And then some comments on this one too. We moved back to small town. Oh, this is like me. Small town SK, 4-bedroom house, double garage, 4-car parking pad. Well, that's pretty huge backyard. $1,000 a month mortgage, taxes, and insurance. I work 4 to 5 years on the road, 4 to 5 months on the road. Doesn't really matter. Just got to try to pay. The wife is from there. How much is your property tax? It's about $2,200 a year. Let's say $2,300 a year. $2,200 a year. So what is that per month? 200 lots, probably a decent size compared to a city lot. Yeah, it's pretty good size. We have double garage on there. So what does it mean by mortgage per month? $1,000 per month mortgage, taxes, and insurance. I mean that's combined as mortgage combined with property taxes, property tax monthly. So your property tax is like $180. So that actually is when I think about it, just the numbers you told me, that's almost the exact area. It's crazy. This Glen Ellen, I have a lot of ancient Canada national camp wildlife. You should be careful with the beaches in there, you know. Our boys loving it, ride their bikes to school, $900 for family golf membership, great fishing. The wife is from there, same as mine. So it doesn't really matter, just got tired of paying arm and a leg for everything. Yeah, I agree. So my insurance is over $100 a month. Actually, it's over 200 with everything, the mortgage insurance and the taxes, and then so that would be 200 for. Yeah, I'm about 1,200 probably. All that stuff compared to where you're at in the city. Well, you remember what my rent went from? What was it, 1,600 to 4,000? No, 2,600 to 4,000. Yeah, it's losing my mind. 2,600. 26 to 4 to 5 grand. Just for the top, yeah. So, I'm still confident the city out there. We're far enough away that it doesn't bother me, but it still affects pricing pretty heavily.
We got this.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to The Fringe. Do you guys remember, I don't know how long ago it was, it seems like a lifetime ago, when Mark Carney said he was going to fight Donald Trump, that he was going to negotiate for a better deal for Canada, that the tariffs were going to stop. It seems like a dream. It was so long ago. But Mark Carney, since becoming Prime Minister of Canada, has shown that that was the opposite. In fact, during the campaign, lowering Canada's dollar to dollar tariffs, sitting down with Donald Trump and
headset so they can pay their internet either way. The audio is very choppy and somewhat loud. I've tried to adjust as best I can, but let's take a listen to the actual clip for context, and then we'll talk about it.
Asking the government to consider legislative amendments to include heavier fines imposed on firms that shift production, the ability to seize assets of companies, imports from corporations and companies that offshore making investment in the jobs.
How to go viral as a musician on Instagram. Donna AI can create songs for you, either with lyrics or purely instrumental. Simply type what you need. Select your mood and genre, and simply tap on create. Donna AI will instantly create a viral song for you. Download for free now.
SEO search engine optimization.
dog food? Carol, where are you? Ah, ah. I really use that fucking shirt. Why didn't I put that in? Why? I don't know why I did this. Fuck up. Okay, we'll get another fucking shirt. What's this? Hot as fucking balls. Oh. No, get away. No, whoa, whoa.
may sound heavy-handed. That's because it is. And that's because this is the fight of our lives. We must take a stand now as the bleed has already begun. Fair trade isn't too Thank you very much for joining.
So she says there that fair trade is a two-way street. Companies that operate in Canada cannot for a second believe they can act with impunity. The following orders issued by the President of the United States. If they act against the economic interests of this country, they must also face punishment. I know I was scrolling through. I wanted to make sure I quoted verbatim. Didn't Mark Carney act outside the best interests for this country? Didn't he do all the things she's talking about? So why isn't he facing punishment? Why is this happening? Why is this being suggested? This is just like freeze your bank accounts. Take your money if you stand against the government. They're talking about punishing companies whose bottom line has been affected by Mark Carney's inability to negotiate with Donald Trump. Here it is. Canada's so good you can never leave or separate. I mean, do you have any idea what companies do if they get a hint that their Canada assets can be seized? They flee. Companies that operate in Canada cannot believe for a second they can lose neighbors in the rest of the United States with impunity. Wow. This is no problem. You're going to see companies start to hear these things, and just like Mark Carney's Brookfield, they're going to pull the cord, they're going to get out, they're going to run away. This is
Yeah, stop saying numbers at me. Fucking movie just say numbers at me.
If Mark Carney is the leader he claims he's going to be, if all these people who have been trusting him,
Son of a bitch! God damn it!
why is it that he's going to Rome, he's jet setting around the world, just like Trudeau? We're doing the same thing all over, folks. I'm going to be very curious to see what happens when we get back to the House of Commons. I'm curious to see how things are going to unfold, especially without Pierre Poilievre in there debating Mark Carney. We know that Andrew Scheer isn't exactly going to go toe-to-toe with Mark.
Because Andrew Scheer's a little babby bitch. Nobody likes him.
Nothing's going to change. In fact, this is how you paint the picture. The things are, in fact, going to get worse, folks. The Canadian government's just going to allow companies to pack up and leave for your jobs to essentially disappear. Let me know your thoughts on that down below. If it's your first time here, I hope this video has earned your subscription. Make sure as you're hitting that subscribe button, you hit the bell for all notifications so that you're always alerted when videos drop. You never miss a beat here on the channel. Make sure to leave a thumbs up and a comment down below. Helps get the video out there for those who want to see it or who don't regularly see it. It tells YouTube that, hey, this is important. We should be watching this. So make sure to support the channel. Hit a thumbs up. Hit a comment down below. Join me live here on the channel each and every Friday night for Friday Night Fringe, our weekly live streaming show, where I'm joined by the beautiful Mrs. Fringe as we go over everything that happened this week in politics, everything we know that's coming up in the week ahead, as well as back and forth Q&A within the greatest YouTube community on the platform, full stop. I look forward to chatting with you guys outside of making these videos, but I most importantly look forward to chatting with you each and every Friday night, this Friday night, starting at 6 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Central, here on the channel. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you have a great rest.
Premium headsets like the Lightspeed Zulu 3 and the Bose A20 have set the standard in aviation for the last decade. They're quiet, they're comfortable, the clarity is fantastic, they have full Bluetooth features. So you may be thinking, what more can an aviation headset really do? Well, Lightspeed has come along and they have an answer in the form of Delta Zulu.
Beyond,
brand new.
Do not care what a fucking. Why would anybody give a shit? Okay. Pretty fucking pissed. Fucking stupid. Whatever.
sounds good, doesn't it? But there's serious issues with the World Health Organization that we're going to be looking at in a minute. I mean, this is just the official party line of the World Health Organization agreements that should follow it. Chronic disease, essential, that has to be done. The chronic disease pandemic is debilitating. It's the chronic disease epidemic that is sickening our people and bankrupting our healthcare system. Mr. Kennedy is saying, well, other things are bankrupting it as well, but that's part of it. I agree. Healthcare in the US to serve the needs of the public instead of industry profit.
Can I go there?
Healthcare should be serving the needs of the public, not serving the needs of industry profit taking.
It's right.
Of course, obviously. We are removing food dyes and other harmful additives from our food supply. Good, it can't come soon enough. Investigating the causes of autism and other chronic diseases. Marvelous. Why are people getting excited about this? Do you know what? This year we could discover the cause of autism. You think that would be an interesting article, wouldn't you? Seeking to reduce consumption of ultra-processed food, excellent. Supporting lifestyle changes that will bolster the immune system and transform the health of our people. Why on earth wouldn't you want to transform the health of a sickly nation? It's complete. This is motherhood and apple pie stuff, but it isn't being corporate interests, vested interests, and international manipulation is often working against us. Some people might want a weak Western world riddled by disease. So I didn't mean to go back to that. No offense intended.
Hot dogs in my pocket, but this is fine. Right? Want to try these?
Good luck with the British government on that, Mr. Kennedy.
Are people hot dogs?
I don't think they're going to wake up anytime soon. You're in Australia, New Zealand, or Canada, or Ireland. Let me know what you think about your situation. I urge World Health Ministers and the WHO to take our withdrawal. You have done that. We just want international cooperation in a way that is fair, efficient, and transparent for all member states. Fair, efficient, transparent is what we want, please. Now, there have already been in contact with like-minded countries, encouraging, but I haven't heard anything definite on that yet. Let's hope we get some positive outcomes from like-minded countries. But I have to say, at the moment, I don't think the United Kingdom is a like-minded country. I just grieve over what's happening in my country at the moment. I don't think we're a like-minded country anymore. But adversarial nations and their NGO proxies, lackeys, that do the work of nations and states sometimes. I would like to take this opportunity to invite my fellow health ministers around the world into a new era of cooperation. I agree completely, I agree 100%, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think the chances of that happening in the United Kingdom in any time soon are about 0 out of 10. Unfortunately, we don't have to suffer the limits of a WHO. I agree. Let's create new institutions or revisit existing institutions that are lean.
Good job. Good job. Hey. Yeah. This is like a purse. Is this my purse in my life? Like, you will never have a pair of anything. Not a pair of socks, not a pair of gloves. As long as I live, I am doomed to never own a pair of gloves or a pair of socks.
Some people tell me that the news about my videos, for example, is simply not getting through anymore. So if you do subscribe, hit that bell icon, then you'll be notified. Let's hope we're not being downgraded in the algorithms by vested interest. But the YouTube still allows for that bell icon, so click that, then you'll get notification of any new videos. And I hate saying this, I've never said this before, but I only said I think there might have been a change.
Going to think about it. Good. Very good. Yes, that's what I want. Go get the hot dog. Good. There, with your foot. Get your foot. Very good. That's what I want. That is very good. That's what I want. Clear your foot.
Reduce delta waves.
No. Don't bite on me. Whoa.